like us in that hospital center, right?
Yeah.
Where that hospital is doesn't serve a lot of people, or a lot of people, and
Yesterday, I like taking that out because I
um,
couldn't see this
need
one.
additional resilience, need additional
This the data is paid online to the agent. It's radio.
so
Aldi?
so World Cup has our population data is from World Cup, which is a global data
Or is
set.
it global?
It's a global data set, but they have very good resolution, and they have been refining their resolution for a very long time. And they just came out with a lot more disaggregated data. So now they have elderly populations, they have males, females. They used to have that, but it was in some places it was overestimated, in some places it was underestimated. But now they have really refined their model. I think they're using a lot of AI to fill in
Yeah.
the data gaps.
Okay, let's just
The models, they're quite good.
this is right now the one
We're starting to like get validated in other countries, and the models are quite good.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I think it would be very, very useful.
The platform you will share or you
I can, yeah, 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 I can share it.
right? Yeah, email.
Yeah, I can.
Maybe email.
Yeah, exactly. I can send it to you.
Okay.
I can
let's
email
let's
the
check
platform as well as the data sets. And yeah, if you
Yeah,
require.
I used to apply to my agriculture side. So I think
Yeah, yeah,
this one is
exactly.
okay.
Yeah. So we discussed when we were there during our workshop for Laudi,
Yeah.
to bring in the agricultural data, and we were could support Laudi as well as like as a success case of our schools portal. We could put the information in there as well for showing a more country based analysis.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah,
I'm,
I
yeah.
can definitely share that.
I'm waiting for you, your
Yeah,
data.
on board.
Okay.
so that's what
เนี่ยหญิงอยู่นี่เตรียมเนมเพลทให้เรียบร้อยขึ้นให้แกแหละค่ะตอนแรกตั้งแต่ adopt เลยหรือว่าจะแล้วก็ตอนจบจะพูดไหมอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมอันนี้
จบ
จันเทม
เขา
ให้เอา
พูด
ขึ้น
ว่า
เลย
few words
few words
เออ
ใช่ไหมใช่คอนเฟิร์มซอนเทมก่อนไหม
Distinguished delegates, agenda item 5 of the ninth session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction section will commence shortly. There is a few minutes delay as we wait for our chair to re-enter the hall. So we thank you for your patience. We'll begin shortly.
Oh, I was looking.
Distinguished delegates, agenda item 5C of the ninth session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction section will commence very shortly. And I'll just kindly request everyone to take their seats as the final delegates will enter the room in a few minutes. Thank you. Distinguished delegates, agenda item 6 of the 9th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction will commence shortly. May I kindly request everyone to take their seats. Going back to her office on the 15th.
Back to her office. You have a viewing that
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant afternoon. The meeting is called to order. We will proceed this afternoon with the consideration of agenda item 6, adoption of the report of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction on its 9th session. I have the pleasure to present to you the draft report of the committee as contained in document ESCAP/CDR9/L1. The report of the committee contains 2 sections. 1, matters calling for action by the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific or brought to its attention. And 2, information on the organization of the session. An account of the proceedings will be prepared after the meeting and circulated for factual corrections within 1 week of the meeting's conclusion. This will be annexed to the report. I would like to inform delegates that the Secretariat will undertake language editing of the report following its adoption. In view of this, the distinguished delegates are requested to focus on the substance of the report and to leave the editorial work of correcting any grammatical or typographical errors to the Secretariat. I also request those delegates wishing to make minor changes to the text to read them out at dictation speed. With respect to any major changes, please provide the written text to the Secretariat so that they may enter it on screen for consideration by all delegations. You can see the draft report on the screen. It's already done. Okay. May I propose that we go through the text of the draft report with the aim of adopting it. We will now review the draft report section by section. Let us start with section 1. Are there any comments on section 1?
give them a little bit of time to read through. As I see, decision 1 is adopted, and then we now move to decision 2. And that's why it's going to get hard.
Yes. I think it was 3. So as I see no comments, decision 1 is adopted. We now move to decision 2.
Russian Federation.
Okay.
Russian Federation.
Russian Federation. Please.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я хотел бы сделать короткий технический комментарий. Мы видим перед собой текст решения, и я бы хотел сказать следующее. На предыдущем заседании представитель Российской Федерации высказывал общие соображения по тексту решения. И мы хотели бы подчеркнуть, что это были соображения общего характера. Они не были направлены на то, чтобы высказывать позицию в пользу или против решения. И на момент предыдущего заседания, на момент завершения этого заседания, указание на Российскую Федерацию отсутствовало. Was not in there. Deliberately. На каком основании секретариат включил Российскую Федерацию в окончательную версию доклада, мы не понимаем. Я бы попросил секретариат быть внимательным в оценке комментариев, которые высказывают делегации, и стараться четко понимать цель этих высказываний. Поэтому, пожалуйста, сейчас я бы хотел попросить, чтобы упоминание Российской Федерации в этом ряду было исключено. И прошу секретариат это сделать. Спасибо.
United States of America.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back to everyone. We entered the text deletion yesterday, and are happy to. We're disappointed that it wasn't accepted by many delegations. So we'd like to propose perhaps some flexibility that can get us to consensus. So if you could add the following. Request the Secretariat to continue to promote existing regional platforms. I think this edit helps us to get to consensus on this document, or on this decision, excuse me. The United States has concerns with a number of the references contained in the projects that are there, but also understands that there are no further projects, or regional platforms rather. So we recommend this as it acknowledges the existing work of ESCAP, has the committee signaling to all member states that the Secretariat's work should continue on these platforms, and works around our concerns that we conveyed yesterday. I think this is our best effort at flexibility, and welcome others' views. Thank you.
So no comments. So no comments. Is there any other comments from any country? People's Republic of China. Democratic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. China believes the original wording should be retained for a few reasons. First, this reference the platform are core operational mechanisms already highlighted throughout the working document, ESCAP/CDR9/3. They provide essential services that underpin ESCAP's work. Removing them would weaken the coherence between the working documents and the committee's decision. Second, these mechanisms are especially important for LDCs, landlocked countries, and small and developing states, which face significant early warning gaps. The portal's free offline tools, the Trust Fund's long-standing support, and the Regional Space Application Program all directly benefit countries with limited resources. Their implicit mention ensures continued focus on equality and capacity support. Third, the platforms are integral to regional implementation of the Early Warning for All initiative. They enable data sharing, impact-based forecasting, and coordinated response, which are key requirements for achieving universal coverage by 2027. So, retaining this language strengthens transparency, clarifies ESCAP's operational pathways, and ensure accountability to member states. So for these reasons, China respectfully requests that the draft decision remain as originally drafted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, China. Please, Indonesia, please forward your comments.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation has carefully studied the draft for the purpose of providing a clear guidance on the program of work and to reflect the implementation of early warning for all initiative. Indonesia wishes to retain the paragraph describing the regional platforms as written. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. We give the floor to Islamic Republic of Iran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This decision actually focuses on two important aspects. First, technical aspects, and then the second one, which is parallel importance, is political aspect. So regarding technical aspect, each regional platforms has got its specific mandates and program of work. So these platforms continue its program of work and activities. So this is the technical aspects. If we mention, or if we don't mention this phrase, so these centers already existed, and they are doing activities. But the second, which is of utmost importance, is political support toward these platforms. So if we maintain the direct reference to these centers, it means we are given a special attention and focus on the importance of these centers, on the importance of what these centers are doing. So the RESAP, who can argue that the RESAP, with the huge activities it's doing in the region, cannot be mentioned in this paragraph. So it's very important from political point of view to support these centers, these platforms, regional platforms, and it's not going to just to say, okay, colleagues, just mention the existing platform, that's all. No, amazing works and achievements of these regional platforms is for the people of for the benefit of the people of our region. So we strongly support the China proposal to keep the text as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate from Islamic Republic of Iran. Yeah, Japan, kindly share your comments.
So maybe I'm trying to find a workaround because I think all of us want to come out with at least one decision where everyone agrees, and just trying to incorporate some aspects. But before I do that, just one question to the Secretariat is, does this encompass everything that you actually are affiliated with in terms of your regular budget program of work? That this platform is, the laundry list is quite complete. And based on that response, I will propose possible compromise language.
May the Secretary give a response to that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much to the distinguished representative of Japan. So under our program on ICT and disaster risk reduction, we have other regional platforms as well. For example, the Asia Pacific Information Superhighway. But the ones you see here are the ones that are most directly working on disaster risk reduction. Thank you. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that clarity, because I do recall in our drafting session for APIS that there was a mention of DRR, which is why and they are using Secretariat resources. So in that case, if it's kind of a selective one, you kind of bring into question, what is this cherry picking criteria? And so perhaps, one can say, continue to promote existing regional platforms that ESCAP is directly involved in, or as mentioned in document blah, 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 and mention the document. Perhaps maybe one workaround to incorporate the two parallel positions. Thank you. As referenced in, doc, I forgot what the number is, ESCAP / blah, blah, blah. Or you can make it a descriptive one, regional platforms that ESCAP is involved in, or something like that. And the idea is that you have an incentive to promote your own, right? Promote platforms that are funded by our assessed contributions. So it actually logically makes sense in that sense.
Thank you, Japan, for your comments. USA, United States.
Thank you, Chair, and I welcome comments from other member states and would like to respond accordingly. I think it's important to note that the edit as entered doesn't necessarily take away from the Secretariat's work, but does provide a consensus view of where the committee is at this moment. And in my understanding, it is preferable to send a consensus message to the Secretariat rather than including a laundry list of programs that they are all familiar with and is already included in the document referenced there, ESCAP stroke CDR 9 stroke 3. So you can add me to supporting Japan's proposal. And would just reiterate again, the goal here is to get a consensus of where the committee is. And I would hope that that would be more important than some sort of muted signal or implicit message by listing these out. So where the committee is in terms of consensus at this point is what has been proposed. And that's, I mean, maybe there are more edits I could get on board with, but I don't expect there to be, and we're reaching kind of the end of our flexibility here. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. China, please raise your comments.
China just want to add that the name for these platforms is official name. Just like a name of a person, if someone do not like one character of their name can still be used, can still be called. Thank you.
Thank you, China. United States, please.
Thank you for the clarification. I think the concern is less with the name and more with the frameworks that these are rooted in. If you go, for example, and look at the Early Warnings for All initiative, it's clearly structured within the Paris Agreement, within the 2030 Agenda, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's where our concern is. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Kindly raise if there are any further comments from any country. Japan, kindly raise your comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify my point here is that we understand that this list is not exhaustive. And I can think of several, but I don't want to open up the laundry list because I know where that goes to. So it's my understanding that this is not an exhaustive list, and we do have our, pet wish list to add on there. But at least if this is couched in this way, it can be read in a way that could potentially incorporate that in terms of affiliation of discussions related to this topic. So just the point is that this is not an exhaustive list. So rather than the precision, we would like to have this to be couched in more general terms from that regard. And we do have a pet list that we want to include in there, but we're not doing that right now for that purpose.
Thank you, Japan. Now the floor is to United States of America.
Thanks. So I would guess my question would be for the delegate of Japan. Your proposal is to leave it as is, not add more programs to the platforms to the list.
I mean, if we're, sorry.
Please, Japan, raise your comments.
I'm just saying that I would be tempted to add it if we're kind of, and I'm saying that I won't add, but I think that this would at least be able to read that it may possibly include, should we ever have some affiliation. So this, as referenced in document blah, 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 would be acceptable to us.
Thank you, Japan. I do not see any further comments, so I would call for an informal break so that we can continue with some of our discussion. United States.
Perhaps since there's not consensus surrounding including the list here, we could include a version of this decision, perhaps even stronger in the account of proceeds, to indicate that many or most or almost all countries supported mention of these programs in particular. So there will be a record of these programs, not just in the report, which we are already mentioned probably many times in that report, but would be mentioned in the account of proceeds as well explicitly.
Thank you, US. If any country have any further comments, kindly raise your name. Since I do not see any further raising of names, we'll call for a break for informal session.
TV. We have Yes. Distinguished delegates, agenda item 6 of the night. Oh, we'll resume in 2 minutes. Distinguished delegates, agenda item 6 of the 9th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction will resume now. May I kindly request all delegates to take their seats. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, we thank you all for taking all your good efforts through extensive consultations to arrive at a language acceptable for during the discussions, which are as follows. I will read from the second sentence. It requests the Secretariat to, where is it?
To continue.
Yeah, it requests the Secretariat to continue to promote existing regional platforms such as the Risk and Resilience Portal, the ESCAP Multi-Donor Trust Fund for Tsunami Disaster and Climate Preparedness, and the Regional Space Applications Program for Sustainable Development, with a view to supporting the early warning for all initiative, including by scaling up the use of science, technology, and innovation. I'll open the floor for comments from delegates. United States, please share your comments.
Thank you, Chair. In line with my previous comments, the U.S. will not be able to support this text and accordingly will dissociate. I have a short explanation of position whenever it's appropriate for delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Representative from China, kindly take the floor.
China would propose to delete the word existing and keep promote regional platform such as we discussed during the intersessional period.
Thank you, China, for your comments. We have incorporated that change as you have requested. Representative from Japan, kindly take the floor.
So we would like clarity on why the deletion of existing. We don't see a very convincing logic behind that, so we're just promoting, we implying creating new ones, which will certainly have resource implications. And we don't think anything that has resource implications in this environment is something that can be executed. So we'd like the rationale to be given. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Representative from China, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the informal consultation, the China position is without this word existing, and in the original draft, there's no word existing in the draft decision.
Thank you, China. United States, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States supports maintaining the word existing. To clarify that this is not a request from the committee for the committee, from the committee to the Secretariat to expand its work, and makes explicit that it is to maintain its efforts within the program of work. I think the Secretariat would probably say it's not allowed to do work outside of the existing program of work. and that's fine. And so in this sense, it's just emphasizing something that's already true. So please add the US's name alongside Japan's.
Thank you, US, for your comments. Now, United Kingdom, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom also supports maintaining existing, so opposes a deletion. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Republic of Korea, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Korea also supports the maintenance of the word existing, so we would like to join the statement by our colleague of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Representative of China, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I require the Secretariat to show the original draft of this draft decision because China did not propose to delete existing. The word existing is not exist as the original draft. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Representative from Islamic Republic of Iran, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Would you please show the zero text of the draft decision? We think that the existing in the zero draft text was not included. If Secretary kindly reflect the zero draft text of decision, thank you.
We now give the floor to Chinese representative, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And first, I would like to say congratulations to all colleagues, because it's the first time I've taken the floor. I'd like to also thank the Secretariat for preparing the draft. My colleagues requested to bring back the original language back to the screen. I want to say that during the informal consultation, the Secretariat come to us and say that they want to propose a language, say, promote regional platforms such as blah, blah, blah. And now come to this meeting, they say promote existing regional platforms such as. So there's a different language proposal. I think that there is no agreement on the new language proposal. So my suggestion is very simple and straightforward. We're speaking on behalf of a lot of countries. We go back to our original language proposed by Secretariat, and that's it. Because we're already past the 4 p.m., and it's time to close the session. So we go back to the original language proposed by the Secretariat, and we close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of China. Representative of Japan, please take the floor.
I just want to point out that the reason why we're in this room and the reason why negotiations happen at all at multilateral sessions is not because of insistence on a zero draft. The reason why we've amended these things is that the zero draft was considered to be lacking on things. Now, it came to our understanding that countries were not on the same page with regard to what kind of platforms are key, or whether we add resources or not. Now those uncertainties have surfaced in our debate, and so therefore we've moved on from the zero draft. So our understanding is that the option of going to zero draft is no longer a consensus idea, or it never was a consensus idea because we had amended the text from the beginning. So the idea that I would like clarity on, and whether we do have agreement on, is whether we welcome fragmentation of resources into many things, or whether we want to focus on the promotion of existing efforts, and that we build on it, So this is, I think, the point that we need to agree on with regard to this decision going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Distinguished representatives, since we all are running out of time, but we really need to come out with some compromise, kindly see the key countries that are mentioned here. Could work out a compromise while we remain here. Thank you. Representative from Russian Federation, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a question to our distinguished colleagues. Just if we use a wording like to promote such regional platforms as and then the list, would it be agreeable for you or not?
Could you read as follows?
Yeah, I'll repeat. To promote such regional platforms as the Risk Resilience Portal and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Russian Federation.
Thank you.
Representative from China, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Can we suggest that we show this proposed language in the draft 0, in the original language proposed by Secretary? That's more clear for everyone to understand.
Thank you, China.
Chair, so my suggestion is that we work on the original language proposed by Secretariat, not use the right part of the screen as our basis for work, because everybody is confused why we have two versions. So we go to the original version, that is the basis of work, which is clear for everyone, and we show the proposed language changes on the original draft. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Representative from Japan, may you take the floor?
So I really want us to go home and want to be quick about it, but I just want to be very clear, we're not going to the original language because we moved on from that. We want to understand why the deletion of existing. Is the rationale to delete exist because we want to create new things, and that means fragmentation of efforts and resources and possibly undermining multilateral previously agreed efforts. So I want to have a clearer understanding of the rationale of deleting existing, because I think in our world where we're resource constrained, we want to rather focus on what we've already agreed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Representative from China, may you take the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me. I would like to also thank the distinguished representative from Japan. I would like to make myself very clear. My position is go to the original language and adopt it, so we can go home as she suggested. Thank you. I'm not proposing to editing anything. I'm just saying adopt the language proposed by the Secretary, and we go home. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Representative from US, may you take the floor?
I would just insist that we maintain existing. I don't really understand the rationale for either, depending on which draft you're working in, and I agree it's a bit confusing. Not including it or adding it. It implies to me that there's something behind the inclusion that maybe we're not all aware of, which would imply that this decision would limit the work of the Secretariat to its existing program of work. So without that clarification, as much as we'd all like to go home, maybe we could understand that, the rationale for not including it or deleting it, depending on which version you're looking at.
Thank you, US. Representative from Japan, may you take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the reason why I think we became very uncertain because of the deletion of the existing, because if there is supposed to be something implied on the creation of new things, it should have been in the conference document, and we should have been looking at this and understanding the implication of this a month beforehand. So this is a discomfort that we are in right now because of this sensitivity towards deleting existing. So that's the backdrop that I wanted to really highlight here, which is difficult to resolve.
Thank you, Japan. Representative from China, may you take the floor?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the distinguished colleague from the US and Japan for the question. I'd like to share some brief about negotiation process. There's some back and forth between the Chinese delegation and the Secretariat. In the first round, they come to us and say, are you agree with the existing regional platforms? We say this is the first thing should go off the table. So this is something never on the table during the negotiation process. I'm quite surprised to see existing come back to the negotiation again at the end of the committee. So it's quite a shock to us. And we say this is not good faith negotiation. We're going back to the thing which we first kick off to the table and continue discussing this. So I don't think there's need for us to continue this kind of negotiation and just go back to the original version and adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Distinguished representatives, since we are running short of time, may I appeal for maximum flexibility and consider Russian Federation's proposal. Thank you. The wording as proposed by a distinguished delegate from Russia would read, it requests the Secretariat to continue to promote such regional platforms as the Risk and Resilient Portal, and we continue, etc. Representative from US, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate the good faith effort of the Russian delegation to put forward this language. I think it doesn't actually change the meaning of the zero draft text, and so would insist on existing. With regard to the Chinese delegation's intervention, thank you for your clarifications. I'm not sure what your delegation discussed with the Secretariat or not. It sounds like there was some confusion. But I would still welcome a question to my, welcome an answer to my question about why the inclusion of the word existing is so unacceptable. Thank you.
Representative from China, you may take the floor.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from the United States for the question. And the first reason is that this existing is not in the language proposal from the Secretary, it's not in the draft decision. So this is a new addition, new element, which we should consider to include or not. And my delegation said no to that. The reason is that when we consider the original language is a very coherent framework. It says continuous streets and regional platforms, such as this is very, how to say, typical English expression to me. Even me, I'm not a native English speaker. I can understand this language meaning very carefully, how to say, easily. But if you add existing, for me, I think it totally changed the essence of this paragraph. It's kind of limiting the efforts. It says that we member states, we only care about these existing platforms. I mean, this is a totally change of idea. That is why we're opposing to that. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Representative from US, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to my distinguished colleague from China for his comments. I think that's right, it is limiting. It's limiting to the programs that are in the conference document, to those that are within the scope of this committee, and within the work of the Secretariat's mandate on this issue. And so my suggestion would be, rather than closing out a text in a zero draft, as my colleague has mentioned, that we move we lose the decision entirely and move it to the account of proceeds as something for which there was broad support for, but not consensus. Thank you. And then we can all go home.
Thank you, US. May the representative of Republic of Korea take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Given the statement of the colleague from China, I'm wondering, the Republic of Korea believes that our position is to maintain the word existing, because given the ongoing process of UN 80 reform, I think it's important to use the existing resources efficiently and effectively. So we believe that it's appropriate to keep the word existing. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Representative from Nepal, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not saying my positions, but trying to get a compromise, because the debate is on the essence of, just like distinguished delegates from China, they want to strengthen a role of the Secretariat, and delegates, distinguished delegates from Japan and some of the delegation, they want to fix or limit to existing situation. So I think we can compromise. We can request to China and Japan to extend, just like instead of this promote, we can insert strengthen and retain existing. I think we can request both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. distinguished delegates, now you all can see of the screen the revision that was proposed by Honorable Representative from Nepal. And I'll give the floor to Representative of Japan for the remarks.
Thank you for the attempt for a compromise text. We just want to be very clear, if we have the word strengthen, then we have to have within existing resources and mandates after that.
Thank you, Japan. May I give the floor to Representative of China?
Yeah, keeping existing on both. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair Greenfloor. I would like to repeat my request to show the language proposal in the original draft on the left part of the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Distinguished delegates, kindly share if any of the representatives have comments to the proposal given by Nepal. Representative of Japan, could you share the comment which you just mentioned?
So I have been very clear from day one that if we use the word strengthen, just like in the other committee decisions that we have taken before, we would like to have within existing resources and mandates given the UN 80 context. It's just simply a matter of reality that we all have to face. And now that we have this question with regard to the potential of creating new things that we don't even know about, we don't feel very comfortable without the insertion, and that was why we said promote.
Thank you, Japan, for the comments.
Chair, I request the floor. Yeah. A long time ago. And I'd like to first thank the Secretariat for your able work, because you are typing so fast, and my eyeballs are scanning from left to right and right to left. It makes me dizzying. So my suggestion that we work on the left part of the screen and show the language proposal there. It makes me easy to understand what's going on there. I'm not as fast as you, because I'm quite a slow reader. And my humble request once again to show the language proposals on the left part of the screen. You can focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you, China.
Show the language on the original.
So is there an agreement for the proposal suggested by China? Yeah, I don't. Nepal, please take the floor.
Thank you, sir. I think now the compromise language has been prepared. I don't see much difference between left side and the right side, except these within existing resources and the mandates. So I think we can work in both sides and get agreed language soon. So either we clear this yellow part of the right side, or we can even run in the left side with inserting these within existing resources and the mandates. So it looks like same. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. So, distinguished delegates, we would be cleaning this up for everyone's clarity and put up on the screen again. Thank you. I would be reading this sentence again. It requests the Secretariat to continue to strengthen within existing. Can you put on? It's not showing. Sorry for that. I'll read it again. It requests the Secretariat to continue to strengthen within existing resources and mandates regional platforms such as the Risk Resilience Portal and so forth. For clarity, we'll clean further and for the screen. Representative from Russian Federation, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Probably as a possible way out to do it as follows. It requests the Secretariat to continue to promote the following regional platforms. And then the list. The Resilience Portal and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid, for the comments. Representative from Japan, you may take the floor.
So thank you, Russia, for presenting an alternative. If this is the case, we would be happy to move the within existing resources and mandates all the way at the end of the sentence.
Thank you, Japan. Representative from US, may you take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The U.S. would support the proposal from Russia. And I think Japan did as well.
Representative from China, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I've seen that we have wasted 1 hour going back and forth, spending the most valuable time of our life here, talking about different language proposals. But I want to once again say that China speaks on my national behalf and also on behalf of a lot of developing countries. We want to go back to the original proposal by Secretariat on the left part of the screen and adopt it. Thank you. There's no need to reopen the negotiation back and forth again on the right part of the screen, which is a mess for me. I cannot understand. It's quite confusing. And then we can close the day. It's already 5 p.m. now. A lot of delegation has booked a flight going back to their home country, and there's no need for us to waste time here. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Republic of Korea, may you take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We support the proposal of Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Representative from US, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out that we've been negotiating this for the last hour. That is true, over one word that one member has chosen to object to removing. And so we could go home if they would let that happen, but we will continue, I guess. And the alternative to just adopting a text that is not consensus is to move it to the account of proceeds, where everyone can read about it when they review the report. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Honorable delegates, for the clarity of all, we are cleaning this document as per suggestion given by Nepal for us to read and have a clarity on this. Representative from Nepal, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, this is not the positions of Nepal, so I would like to delete the content in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. Representative from China, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say that it proves that I'm right. People are getting confusing now. And I just later I see that the Secretary is definitely not in line with the instructions. So at this stage, I would like to propose that we have a small break to refresh ourselves and then come back to the meeting with a clear mind. Thank you.
Thank you, China. I would propose giving 5 minutes break so that delegates could have a final discussion on that. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, we're about to resume agenda item 6 of the 9th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. Thank you for having your seats.
Distinguished representatives, we'll open the floor. I mean, we are now amending the wording as it is. You can see in the screen, and then we'll ask for the opinion. We'll open the floor. Distinguished representative from China, may I take the floor?
Thank you, Chair, for the giving the floor, and I'd like to thank you for your efforts to coordinate among different delegations and for a language proposal. We have talked with our constituency, a lot of member states, and with reluctance, and the spirit to negotiate outcome for everyone to go home and live with, equally happy and unhappy, but we can tolerate, as always said by some experienced diplomats in this building. And this is something we can live with. If the other delegations could agree with us, we can close the meeting. But if the other delegation could not agree with it, I don't think that is we can go back to the original version. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of China. May I open the floor to United States?
Thank you. I would just request in the future that we not scrub text off of the document before, you know, in a more typical fashion, because there was a proposal up there that is now gone. I'm looking at this now, so I'll hold my note. But I think what's important here is that we see this as a mandate to, or excuse me, a commendation to the Secretariat to implement these programs. And I'm concerned this wording doesn't close it off that it is multiple other programs. So I'm going to reserve on this now, but welcome others' views.
Thank you. Yes. May I open the floor to Islamic Republic of Iran?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for a great contribution of delegation involved in discussions. I don't want to make it so long discussion. Therefore we support the current language, and we support the proposal of distinguished delegate of China to keep the text as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of Iran. Representative from Indonesia, may you take the floor?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think as the language as is now, I think it's quite common to use within the existing resources and mandate, as we also do that in the previous the committee and decision. So I think for Indonesia, I think we can support this language, and perhaps we can go home.
Thank you. So we'll do the final cleaning and wait for a while. Representative from Sri Lanka, may you take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sri Lanka also aligns itself with the current language because it, as it appears to us, I mean, it alleviates the concerns that some of the delegations had about bringing in programs that are not mandated. So, therefore, we support this one.
Thank you. It seems now this version is acceptable to all. No, United States, please take your floor.
No, thanks. I just don't understand the difference functionally between, there seems to be an insistence here that the Secretariat work on projects that are not these. That's the only thing I can deduce from the language that's been refuted and proposed. So I think my view is that the Secretariat should work on these 3 programs, never mind the edits that I lost 2.5 hours ago. And so we would, at this point, not be supportive of this text.
Thank you, US.
Except US.
I see that there are no further requests for comments. It seems only US is not fully agreeing with this wording. So, Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are not completely 100% support this text, but given for the spirit of the ESCAP, we will join the consensus if others do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your position. Thank you. So since I do not see any further comments after cleaning up, I consider this as adopted. Thank you. United States, may you take your floor.
Thank you, Chair. You may recall from about 2 hours ago when I indicated I would dissociate from this text and wanted to issue an explanation of position. And I'll do that now, unless you have an objection. But the United States cannot ignore that the programs referenced in this decision have direct ties to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda, which the United States no longer supports. As we do not support these programs, we disassociate from this decision. I had hoped our proposed edits to this text could enable us to join consensus. I'd understood, in fact, that the Secretariat would prefer a consensus text as a stronger indication of the committee's direction. Nevertheless, we regret that member states have chosen to list programs rather than adopt a truncated reference that would have achieved a consensus text. And then I would add that I would remind the committee that the text as adopted is to continue to strengthen regional platforms, not to strengthen new platforms or other platforms funded through other means than the regular budget. Thank you.
Thank you for position of US, and we take this note, well noted. Thank you. distinguished delegates, we have now concluded our consideration of the decisions. If there are no further comments on the decisions, may I open the floor to any comments on section 2 of the report?
Any comment on paragraph 2?
Any comment on paragraph 2? I see no comments. We'll go to paragraph 3. Seems no comments to paragraph 3. Paragraph 4, any comments? Paragraph 5, any comments? Paragraph 6, any comments? Paragraph 7, any comments? Paragraph 8, any comments? Paragraph 9, any comments? Paragraph 10, any comments? Paragraph 11, any comments? Paragraph 12, any comments? Paragraph 13, any comments? Paragraph 14, any comments? Paragraph, where is it? Paragraph 15, any comments? So we go
Paragraph 16.
16 is. Paragraph 16, any comments? I don't see in the screen. I didn't see on the screen. Distinguished delegates, as we have reviewed all sections of the report, I propose that the draft report be adopted with editorial changes to be taken care of by the Secretariat. Are we all in agreement to this point? I don't see any reservations. So, distinguished delegates, as I hear no views to the contrary, I declare this report adopted by acclamation. I would like to invite the Director of the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction, IDD Division, Ms. Tiziana Boniface, to deliver her concluding remarks. Ms. Tiziana.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I congratulate all delegations on the adoption of the report and the decisions of this 9th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction. I thank you all for your dedication, for your hard work, and for the important guidance you have given the Secretariat. The Secretariat will continue to serve all its members and associate members to the best of its ability. Over the past 3 days, your discussions have covered a wide spectrum of issues that point to the importance of addressing extreme heat and the intensifying and dynamic risk scenarios within overall multi-hazard strategies. And against this complexity, 2 points are clear. One is that the sun's rays strike the earth without regard for national borders. Bolstering regional resilience to disasters in the face of rising temperatures will depend critically on promoting regional collaboration through regional platforms. Second, integrating heat into multi-hazard early warning systems is a key element that will augment disaster resilience. And so towards this end, the committee's 2 decisions will be presented at the 82nd session of the Commission. We would once again like to thank all delegates and representatives of the committee. It has been a great honor to gain from your expertise on the issues before us and the discussions and decisions that have led to actionable guidance to the Secretariat in its future delivery of the program. And in this regard, Excellencies, on ESCAP's behalf, we would like to express our deep appreciation to the chairperson, His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Ziyad, Minister of State for Tourism and Environment of the Maldives, Vice Chairperson, Mr. Karma Galai, Director General, Department of Local Governance and Disaster Management of Bhutan, and Vice Chairperson, Mr. Barasi Botelanga, CEO, National Emergency Services of Nauru, for their exemplary leadership, which has guided the committee to a substantive, successful outcome. We also express high appreciation to the 238 accredited delegates from 35 members and 1 associate member of ESCAP for your active participation and for sharing with us so generously of your expertise. From my memory, I think this is probably the highest number of accredited delegates that we have to the committee. We also have a record number of members that joined. And so I'd also like to recognize the participation of 10 permanent observers, 1 observer to the UN, 5 intergovernmental organizations, 10 UN organizations, and 6 from other entities. And so a total of 463 representatives. Once again, I think a very high number, if not the highest ever. So in closing, I'd like to also express deep appreciation to a number of Secretariat staff. And first of all, my appreciation is due to the Executive Secretary for the Secretariat leadership she has exercised, as well as the staff from the Office of the Executive Secretary, the Secretary of the Commission, the Deputy Secretary of the Commission, the conference service staff, the editors, interpreters, and translators, and in particular, special thanks to our interpreters for staying longer and continuing to help us to bridge the 4 UN languages of ESCAP. And then last but not least, I express very special thanks to the staff from the ICT and Disaster Risk Reduction Division for having supported me all the way and for having always been there when I reach out to you in a panic. So thank you so much. And I thank everyone for all the hard work and dedication. And I think we've all by now deserved our relaxing Friday evening. And I think we all deserve a good weekend moving ahead But just before I conclude, I would also like to express appreciation to our UN staff from our 2 regional institutes. One is UPTIM, based in Tehran, and the other is APCICT, based in Incheon. They are headed by Letizia Rossano and Ki-Yong Ko, sitting at the back. So thank you very much once again to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Boniface. I would like to call on the Secretariat to make a housekeeping arrangement.
Okay, apologies, Chair. I'm getting a little slow. I thought I had finished for the day, but I have one more announcement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Secretariat will post your statements online at the committee website. We have sent requests for confirmation to the speakers to confirm the final version of your statements. If we do not hear confirmation by noon, Monday, 8 December, we will take it as given that your submitted statements are accurate. We would like to remind participants, those who haven't yet done so, to complete a brief online service through the link available on the committee webpage under the Overview tab, or to screen the QR code, which I think it will appear on the screen. And we had also put it, yeah, there it is. So your feedback will help improve the quality of our services and support to delegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Before we close the meeting, I would like to thank ESCAP and its staff for the effective servicing of this committee session. I would also like to thank the other members of the Bureau, as well as all delegates, for their active participation and the support extended to me and the rest of the Bureau. Thank you for all your patience and understanding and taking all the long time to come to this conclusion. I now declare the 9th session of the Committee on Disaster Risk Reduction closed. Yeah. My goodness, after all.